through the 400 lens. He says that not only in Oriental, but all around the basin, you can actually see the terrain. It's not an albedo change. It's not shadows. You can actually just tell that they're terrain features of the multi-ringed crater there.
Christina, we copied all of Victor's Oriental observations. That sounds amazing. And we think, based on your description of the basin that you saw, that is Imbrium.
Yes, that sounds right. I've never noticed that Imbrium has such a distinctive high albedo ring defining it. Also worth mentioning, we do apparently have a full moon. We can't detect any terminator at all. It looks like full limb all the way around.
And Jackie, we got Jeremy on there just for a minute before his PAO event. He's just got to look at this. As soon as I put my hands on the 400, it's just, you know, I'm not one for hyperbole, but it's the only thing I could come up with. Just seeing Tycho, there's mountains to the north. You can see Copernicus, Rainier Gamma. It's just everything from the training, but in 3-dimension and absolutely unbelievable. This is incredible.
Kathy Moonjoy.
And Houston, I can tell you that Christina now has the 400 millimeter, and she also is the queen of hyperbole. It's incredible.
Wow.
Kathy, Christina doing her best read impression at the window.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one kind of correction to what I mentioned before. I do think that we have a terminator. It is on the far western edge. It's not actually a limb. On the terminator all along what it's basically almost in the same places where you would imagine the limb to be, but it's very high albedo as you would expect from the far side, and you can see the topography all along the terminator. It's awesome. Houston, integrity for altitude reference change moment.
Go ahead.
Jackie, with that incredible viewing behind us of our destination in the near term, we hereby change our DU PFD altitude reference from Earth to Moon. We are currently 76,362 nautical miles from the Moon. And from Earth, we had been 168,000 nautical miles.
Houston, copies.
This is Mission Control Houston. You are currently looking at live views of the Artemis Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center. At a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 15 hours, 46 minutes and counting, the Orion spacecraft is 211,000 miles away from the Earth and about 68,000 miles away from the Moon. While there is a large group of flight controllers here monitoring things on the ground while the crew sleeps, we are tracking the vehicle and everything remains nominal. You're currently seeing both our flight director and capsule communicator on your screen. Our Capcom or capsule communicator for this shift is Mike Savinsky. And our Orbit 3 flight director for this shift is Brandon Lloyd. The CAPCOM, or capsule communicator, is a member of the flight control team who is the ground person who speaks with the crew. While the crew is asleep, Mike continues to monitor all operations and prepare for crew wake. And crew wake is currently scheduled for just under 90 minutes from now. As mentioned, we are at now a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 15 hours, 48 minutes and counting. The Artemis 2 crew had another busy day as they make their way closer to the moon. The team here on the ground worked to support the crew and continue to learn about how future crews will live and work in Orion on Artemis missions. As the crew went to sleep tonight, they were about 173,000 miles away from Earth and 71,000 miles away from the moon. Just after the crew wakes up, they do have a busy day ahead of them. The focus for the upcoming flight day is a detailed flight test objective for the entry day suit up procedures and a demonstration on how to do basic operations in a pressurized suit, like eating, drinking, etc. As we gear up for another busy day getting closer to the moon, we will keep you posted with our 24/7 live coverage of the Artemis 2 mission. This is Mission Control Houston. Welcome back to Mission Control Houston here in the Artemis Flight Control Room. We are coming to you live once again with our 24/7 continuous coverage. And with me, I have Trevor Graff. He is one of our Artemis II science officers here in Mission Control. He's on the Orbit 3 shift with me, so we've been here since about 3:30 a.m. Central Time or so. Trevor is actually here making history. This is actually the first time in NASA's history that a science officer has a console position here in Mission Control. So Trevor, how does that feel?
It's extremely exciting, a little bit humbling, and just really fantastic to be part of the history of one of the first three people to create this position and then also execute it. So I'm just getting, through my third shift, and it's been an incredible learning experience, and just like I said, humbling that we're at this point and executing this awesome mission.
Awesome indeed. And I know, we both started here 3 days ago being in our 24/7 operations. And one of the interesting things for me, at least, is as each day has gone on, I feel like I've gotten my swimming legs. I'm feeling a little bit more comfortable with all of the pieces. So is that the same for you?
Yeah, it's the same for me. Definitely shook off the bugs the first day, and just really hit the stride today. Feel really confident, and today was a pretty exciting day because we've got our LTP on board now, our final one that the crew will execute for the lunar flyby. So that LTP is that lunar targeting package that the crew will go through and target each sequence that the science team has prepared for them, and so now the final is on board and ready to be executed for flight day 6.
Awesome. So just for our viewers' reference, what we did was we launched, and we knew that we had between 13 and 26 targets or so, I believe, and depending on the day that we launched, the time, and when we did our TLI or translunar injection, that targeting package would evolve. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah, it evolved based on a lot of things, a lot of details of how the moon would be illuminated, details on exact launch times, and the targets that the science team was further refining. So the target package that just went up has 30 targets, and we're really excited to get the crew's observations and their awesome pictures. So far, so good on
30 targets.
30 targets. So super excited.
That's fantastic. And I know that, as we're, less than 67,000 miles away from the moon. So we're getting closer and closer to the moon, and you're hearing the crew observe. We're hearing their chatter coming down from Orion, and you've had a huge role in getting the team trained along with your fellow science officers and science teams to get the crew ready for these moments. So now that you're hearing them sort of geek out, and we heard yesterday Christina say that Victor is loving how he's seeing Oriental. So tell us a little bit about how that makes you feel and what you're expecting more of as we get closer.
Well, first of all, we're expecting the moon to get bigger and bigger in the window, and I know they're excited about that. So we had an opportunistic view of the moon yesterday that I think you're referring to, that they had some awesome words, and our science team was buzzing upstairs in our science evaluation room. Super excited. They put together a ton of good words for the crew, and we're really encouraged on, as the moon gets closer, how it's going to continue to pull out the nuance that they want in some of our science objectives, and so they're excited about that. And we're also looking forward to some of the additional things like the solar eclipse that we're going to get after our lunar observations. So they are just buzzing just like the crew are in our science evaluation room, and it's really fun to see.
That is a great segue to my next question, which is related to the solar eclipse. Can you tell us a little bit about that? That happens on flight day 6, which is Monday for us here on Earth, but later in the day, right?
Yeah, it's all part of that flyby sequence. And so there's a total of 5 shifts that the crew will be going through. The first 4 of them will be looking at the lunar surface. And so we have a number of science objectives to capture all the nuance that the science team has put together as part of those targets, that target package I referenced earlier. The 5th shift happens after we do the main portion of the flyby around the far side of the moon. About an hour later, the spacecraft becomes eclipsed by the moon, which is going to be pretty big out their window. the sun behind it, and so they'll be able to see the sunset, the solar corona as the sun sets, and then about a 53, somewhere a little bit under an hour, they'll see the sun rise. And so they get some unique opportunities while the sun's setting to observe the solar corona and all the aspects of the heliophysics behind that, as well as the sunrise. But then when the sun is behind the moon, from their perspective, they'll be able to view stars and other planets in that illumination condition too. So we've got some targets that are really going to be cool for them to
and the
pick
imagery
up.
that will come down. I can't wait to see that.
Yeah, everybody's going to be waiting on those images.
Oh my gosh, we can't wait to show those to the world. And tell us a little bit about what we can expect on Flight Day 6 on Flyby itself. I understand that the moon held at arm's length will be as large as a basketball at closest approach. Can you talk us through a little bit about Flyby?
Yeah, so I referenced those 5 shifts. So the 4 shifts where they're actually, the windows are pointing at the moon. You're right about arm's length. It looks like about the size of a basketball. And so a lot of those targets will be associated with the lunar observations of the surface. And so we're looking forward to those. There's got a lot of information in there for science to chew on for both the folks that are taking the pictures out the window, and then there will be a lunar observer. And so they'll be capturing all those things on their portable computer and via the awesome cameras that we also have on board. And so we'll also be actively downloading those to be able to share with the world as well.
So speaking of sharing with the world, these 4 humans, these 4 explorers are going to be seeing the far side of the moon for the first time in over 50 years. So what can we expect? How do you feel about that? So many questions, but I'll let you reflect on that.
Yeah, it's really fantastic for 2 points. One is the science part of that, of actually getting human eyes on these places that haven't seen it in the way that this crew is going to be able to see it. So they're going to be able to see places that they can make human observations of, that we're really excited about, in a way that's unique, because they'll be able to see the whole lunar disk, like that whole basketball out at arm's length. They'll be able to make comparisons and contrast differences between the whole disk and the locations on the moon that we're asking them to take a look at.
So is it true that, when we're looking at the moon from down here on Earth, we can see some of the basalt, we can see some of the geological features of the moon where we've had some craters and things like that. So when we're looking at the moon that close, I understand that human eyes are a little bit, they can pick up color and things like that. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah, the human eyes are fantastic for picking up color nuances. So that's one of our high science objectives, is for them to look for those color nuances. Also the topography and the illumination conditions, the different ways that they're going to have viewing angles at these targets as they fly around within a short period of time is really unique, and is the basis of a lot of our science questions.
And the world is watching as these explorers go on this test flight. So really my question is for those that don't know much about our moon, aside from looking at it in our night sky or in our day sky, what's so unique about the moon that we want to continue to study it?
Well, the moon is this fascinating location that just hangs out in our sky, and sometimes we just take it for granted, but it is really just this Rosetta Stone, we call it, for our solar system history, right? A lot of impacts across our solar system history have, helped shape the planets that we live on and other planets in our solar system. And the moon is just this Rosetta Stone for us to go back and learn a lot about our solar system, ourselves. And so that's one of the exciting reasons that, we're doing the flyby to set us up for getting to the surface with follow-on missions.
Fantastic. I know that you have to go back to your console to continue working as the crew is getting up in just about an hour. But Trevor, thank you so much for making the time to come and talk with us, and congratulations.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's been fun.
So for now, this is Mission Control Houston coming to you live with our 24/7 continuous coverage. We are at 3 days, 16 hours, 9 minutes and counting of a mission elapsed time. As mentioned, Orion is 67,000 miles away from the moon and about 212,000 miles away from Earth. So as the crew get gears to wake up in just over an hour from now, we will continue to provide you with that live 24/7 coverage. Good morning from Mission Control Houston inside the Artemis Flight Control Room at the Johnson Space Center. We are at a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 16 hours, 24 minutes and counting of the Artemis 2 mission. The Orion spacecraft continues to travel closer and closer to the moon. Currently, the spacecraft is approximately 67,000 miles away from the moon and 212,000 miles away from the Earth. The Artemis 2 astronauts are currently asleep aboard the Orion spacecraft named Integrity. They began their sleep shift at around a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 8 hours, 45 minutes, and this sleep period will last to approximately 3 days, 17 hours, and 15 minutes. That essentially means that the crew is waking up in 49 minutes and counting. The crew did have a busy flight day 4 aboard Orion, so let's take a look back at our flight day highlights for flight day 4. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston from inside the Artemis Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center. We are at a mission elapsed time of 2 days, 17 hours, 58 minutes and counting. The Orbit 3 team of flight controllers is currently on shift in mission control, and we are gearing up for crew wake at a mission elapsed time of 2 days, 18 hours, as well as a handover to our Orbit 1 team of flight controllers. The Orion spacecraft is currently 168,000 miles and counting away from Earth and 110,000 miles away from the moon. While the crew has been asleep, we have received some downlinked images from Integrity, so let's take a look at them. Here we can see Commander Reed Weissman through Orion's window. We can see him looking out, watching the Earth grow smaller, and we're all reminded that every single giant leap begins with leaving something familiar behind. Let's go over to our next image. And there we have Mission Specialist Christina Cook, looking at our blue marble that's giving us some perspective on humanity's innate need to explore. Very inspirational photos coming down from the crew while we wait for them to wake up in just under a minute from now. For now, this is Mission Control Houston.
Good morning. There's a couple items I did want to talk with you before we got too much of the day going, so if you had a couple minutes, I had a few big picture words.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Big picture today, we have canceled OTC-2 burn. We are replacing it with some maneuvers and a checkout of the wastewater dump. So at 18:35, about 30 minutes from now, we're going to maneuver to an attitude that will put the sun onto that wastewater vent line. We have increased the heater temperatures on the nozzle and the lines themselves, and we're hoping that if the problem is the freezing of the vent lines, why we couldn't do the wastewater dump last night, then this will give us a chance to see if we were able to solve that.
This is Artemis Mission Control, mission elapsed time, 2 days, 18 hours, 45 minutes into the flight of Artemis 2, the first flight of humans aboard the Orion spacecraft. You're getting a live look outside Orion right now. The teams are maneuvering the spacecraft in the solar array wings. As you heard earlier, we are not having the outbound trajectory correction burn today. This was deemed unnecessary and has no impact to the mission or the lunar flyby. The translunar injection burn put the vehicle on the correct path back on flight day 2. And therefore, the team and Mission Control agreed that we could skip both outbound trajectory correction burn 1 as well as that second burn today. Skipping that second burn also allows the team to continue troubleshooting some of the universal waste management system issues that cropped up last night. There was a wastewater dump planned last night, a very routine and regularly scheduled action, and it terminated after only dumping 3%. So The wastewater tank is not currently full. It is at 64% with a limit of 80%, but the crew was instructed to use backup collection devices overnight if they needed. Part of the reason for reorienting the spacecraft today is to allow it to be in the sun, specifically where the primary vent nozzle is. They are hoping that spending some time in the sun will help thaw out potential ice that may be on that vent nozzle. Meanwhile, inside the Orion spacecraft, our crew just woke up. That wake up coming at 11:35 a.m. Central Time.
We have a small request for you guys. With this attitude that we're using for the bake-out, we're getting the sun on the window shades, and we're a little worried about them heating up too much. We would like to request that you please remove the window shades. We understand that will make it awfully bright for you guys, and we want to encourage you to use a T-shirt in the cabin or something similar if needed to block out that sunlight. But the shades will help us with the temperature constraint on the windows.
Okay. So we have our makeshift T-shirt on window 1. Is that one okay to stay up then based on what you said? And we'll take off the window 2 shade. The other ones are already off.
Okay, yep.
That sounds great. Thanks, Jeff.
Huntsville, integrity for Avatar.
And integrity, Huntsville's with you.
Yes, good integrity morning. I think it's the afternoon for you. Avatar lights to report. All lights are on, ON, except for 1515.
Okay, we copy. Same status as yesterday. All lights on, ON, except for 15.
You recently heard a call from NASA astronaut Christina Cook, mission specialist on the Artemis II flight, down to the Mission Control Center at Marshall. This was to the Payload Operations Director, who leads science execution for the Avatar payload, which is specifically what she was referencing. Avatar stands for a Virtual Astronaut Tissue Analog Response. This is part of our strategy to get a holistic understanding of how the deep space environment affects humans. So this is organ-on-a-chip technology. It's about the size of a USB thumb drive, and it measures how individual astronauts respond to deep space stressors. These organ chips contain cells that were developed from pre-flight blood donations from the crew. For this research is to validate whether those organ chips can serve as accurate tools for measuring and predicting human response to stressors. So scientists will be comparing these Avatar findings with space station findings, as well as with those samples taken from the crew before and after the flight.
Hello, Houston. We are ready for morning DPC. Just a few things. We heard a rumor up here that it is actually Saturday back on Earth. We have definitely lost track of the days. We are showing 151,476 nautical miles from Earth, and it's going up about 1 mile every second, which is still a pretty impressive rate of travel. And thanks to your ops down there, we have got the sun beaming in all the windows. Morale is high on board. And looking out window 3, you can see a beautiful crescent Earth with the sunlight glinting off of the ocean and the swirling clouds. It's just a truly remarkable sight. We are ready to talk.
Gorgeous, Reed. We love that description. And first off, thanks to the Integrity crew for working on the weekend. So are we, but we are happy to do it. I want to start by asking if you would like to turn on the HHP camera for DPC, because if so, we'd love it.
Yeah, we will work on that right now. It might just take us a minute, and I'll try to start routing the video.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You're getting a live look inside the Orion spacecraft, named Integrity by the Artemis II crew. They are setting up for a public affairs event. Today they'll be speaking with NBC and CBS.
Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Houston, from inside Integrity, we are ready for the event.
NBC News, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Integrity, this is Tom Costello with NBC News. Are you hearing us okay?
Hey, Tom, it's great to hear your voice all the way up here, 155,000 nautical miles from Earth. How are you doing?
I'm well. Congratulations on your mission so far. I'm told this is the farthest interview ever conducted in history, and I'm wondering, how does it feel right now to be in a place that nobody has been since 1972?
Honestly, it is unbelievable that we in 1972, just being up here and seeing how difficult this is and how hard the team is working. We do have a little bit of echo on your call. We'll try to turn it down when we're answering, but this is a magnificent accomplishment to be up here, to see the moon, to see the Earth, and to know that we are between those two celestial bodies, and you can see it when you look out the window. The Earth is almost in full eclipse, the moon is almost in full daylight, and the only way you could get that view is to be halfway between the two entities. It is truly awe-inspiring up here.
I think as we go into Easter Sunday, thinking about, all the cultures all around the world, whether you celebrate it or not, whether you believe in God or not, this is an opportunity for us to remember where we are, who we are, and that we are the same thing, and that we got to get through this together.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We have now reached exactly 3 days since the launch of Orion. You just heard the call to the crew that the solar arrays are in motion. Ahead of taking a photo, we're looking to get a picture of the crew in the windows of Orion. Photos are the priority of this event, so we'll stand by to see if we still have streaming, but regardless, we will be very excited to share those photos with you as soon as we possibly can. Make sure you follow NASA and NASA Artemis on all social media. That would be at NASA and at NASA Artemis.
Integrity Houston, our saws are in position to take this family portrait, so sometime in the next few minutes, we'd love to invite you to the windows to get it done. Thanks. All right, everybody, we're taking the picture, so say cheese and stay still for about 30 seconds while we perform this photography bracket from the saws.
Okay, we'll freeze in 3, 2, 1, mark.
The Integrated Communications Officer, or INCO, is helping take this picture of the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft, now all smiling in the windows of the place they've called home. We've had some great views both inside the spacecraft as well as outside, but this is the first time that we're getting to see the crew and the spacecraft in the same photo. As mentioned previously, we are taking pictures right now, so the streaming quality isn't as great. We look forward to sharing these pictures as soon as we possibly can, and make sure you follow NASA and NASA Artemis on social media.
It's taking a little longer than we thought. Thanks for holding. All right, everybody can relax. That was great. Thank you so much. We all look forward to getting your Christmas card come December. Thanks.
On your screen, a live view of the Orion spacecraft looking at the moon, our destination, now 96,575 miles away. On the left side of your screen is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, and to his right, NASA astronaut Christina Cook. During this demonstration, the crew will be able to manually pilot Orion once again and test its 6 degree of freedom and 3 degree of freedom. If you look closely in the background, you can see NASA astronaut and pilot Victor Glover filming part of this demonstration.
All right, and just giving you some handling qualities here for the yaw. Everything was nominal. I noted that with this orb mount, it does have some play in it as we knew, and so just applying some downward force to try and make sure you don't get coupling is required, but that's fine, that's workable. And then we had a little bit of coupling and roll, both in the same direction on that one. So we had about 4 degrees of roll through the 20 degrees of yaw.
Copy all.
Okay, we just finished the 3 DOF maneuvers. The rates all seem the same, the response seemed the same. It is difficult to tell whether you might have some cross-coupling from the RHC or if it's from the vehicle, but we were pretty convinced in the last roll one that the coupling that showed up, which was 4 degrees, was coming from the vehicle and not the RHC. So the vehicle overshot by 7 degrees once it was released from the yaw left, and then it built up very slowly, built up a rate, and it looks like it's trying to take it back to where the RHC was released, but it's overshooting again.
Copy all.
And Jenny, we are going to switch pilots now. This will be myself in the seat and making comments.
Copy. We're following the swap. Thank you.
And currently on your screen, you can see CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen and NASA astronaut Christina Cook swapping places as they continue through the manual piloting developmental flight test objective. Again, they are performing several different attitude maneuvers to compare 6 degrees of freedom and 3 degrees of freedom attitude control on the spacecraft. 6 degrees of freedom refers to the 6 ways that a spacecraft moves. There are 3 translational degrees of freedom, forward, backward, up and down, and left and right, and 3 rotational degrees of freedom, which are roll, pitch, and yaw.
Okay, I'm going to make a comment on the pitch up. There was some roll there. I tried a different technique where I actually kind of held the orb mount at the high end of its play rather than pressing down at the low end since I was pitching up. But I think that actually made it a little bit harder to keep the roll coupling out. So for pitch down, I'll go ahead and hold it at the bottom of its play. So in this, again, in the direction, in this case, of the pitch.
Copy all.
And Houston, we have some Earth and Moon viewers here who are putting in requests for different motions so that they can see things in the window.
We're seeing them in the camera views, and we're enjoying it. Look at those scientists go.
Not too long ago, they did surpass the 2/3 mark as they continue to close in on the moon, and they are expected to make that closest approach and their lunar flyby on flight day 6 coming up on April 6th.
Absolutely. One of the neat things that I'm seeing right now is in the sort of largest Mare field, the one that sort of makes up most of the very western side of what you can see on the near side. There is a giant, it's much more obvious now that one of those Mares is a huge basin because it's just right now it's kind of at the 1 o'clock position, and I don't know the name of that big one. It's basically just west of where Serientatis and Tranquillitatis are, but it is phenomenal. And the moon we are looking at is not the moon you see from Earth whatsoever. And Victor is absolutely mesmerized the 400 lens. He says that not only in Oriental, but all around the basin, you can actually see the terrain. It's not an albedo change. It's not shadows. You can actually just tell that they are terrain features of the multi-ringed crater there.
Christina, we copied all of Victor's Oriental observations. That sounds amazing. And we think, based on your description of the basin that you saw, that is Imbrium.
Yes, that sounds right. I've never noticed that Imbrium has such a distinctive high albedo ring defining it. Also worth mentioning, we do apparently have a full moon. We can't detect any terminator at all. It looks like full limb all the way around.
And Jackie, we got Jeremy on there just for a minute before his PAO event. He's just got to look at this. As soon as I put my hands on the 400, it's just, you know, I'm not one for hyperbole, but it's the only thing I could come up with. Just seeing Tycho, there's mountains to the north. You can see Copernicus, Rainier Gamma. It's just everything from the training, but in 3 dimension and absolutely unbelievable. This is incredible.
Kathy Moonjoy.
And Houston, I can tell you that Christina now has the 400 millimeter, and she also is the queen of hyperbole. It's incredible.
Wow.
Kathy, Christina doing her best read impression at the window.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one kind of correction to what I mentioned before. I do think that we have a terminator. It is on the far western edge. It's not actually a limb. On the terminator all along what it's basically almost in the same places where you would imagine the limb to be, but it's very high albedo as you would expect from the far side, and you can see the topography all along the terminator. It's awesome. Houston, integrity for altitude reference change moment.
Go ahead.
Jackie, with that incredible viewing behind us of our destination in the near term, we hereby change our DU PFD altitude reference from Earth to Moon. We are currently 76,362 nautical miles from the Moon. And from Earth, we had been 168,000 nautical miles.
Houston, copies.
This is Mission Control Houston coming to you live from the Artemis Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center. We are at a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 17 hours, 11 minutes and counting, and you are seeing live views from the Orion spacecraft's solar array wings cameras of the moon. Currently, the Orion spacecraft is about 213,000 miles and counting away from the Earth and about 65,000 miles away from the moon. As mentioned, we are at a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 17 hours, 12 minutes and counting, and we are now seeing live views that have been switched up of our crescent blue marble, our home planet. Later today, when we get to a mission elapsed time of 4 days, 6 hours, and 2 minutes and counting, we actually will enter the lunar sphere of influence. That is when the gravitational pull from the moon is stronger than that of Earth. That's actually how Orion is able to do its free return trajectory around the moon. Now, the crew will be actually waking up in just under 12 minutes from now. And the focus for this upcoming flight day is a detailed flight test objective on the Orion crew entry and survival suits. They will do basic operations in their pressurized suit, such as eating, drinking, taking pills, etc., so we can learn more from this test flight. The team will also be practicing for entry day suit up procedures rather. So hopefully we get great views and a lot of looks at those orange flight suits that we saw during launch. We will continue to keep you updated, but we are standing by for crew wake in just over 11 minutes and counting. For now, this is Mission Control Houston.
Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. This is Apollo 16 astronaut Charlie Duke. John Young and I landed on the moon in 1972 in the lunar module we named Orion. I'm glad to see a different kind of Orion helping return humans to the moon as America charts the course to the lunar surface. Below you on the moon is a photo of my family. I pray it reminds you that we in America and all of the world are cheering you on. Thanks to you and the whole team on the ground for building on our Apollo legacy with Artemis. Godspeed and safe travels home.
This is Mission Control Houston in the Artemis Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center. You recently heard today's wake-up call to the Artemis II crew aboard the Integrity spacecraft, marking the start of Flight Day 5 activities. The song you heard was Working Class Heroes or Work by CeeLo Green, as well as a message from the Apollo 16 astronaut Charlie Duke. As I've reported earlier in this shift today during Orbit 3, today is the day the spacecraft enters the lunar sphere of influence. This happens during the crew's pre-sleep period at a mission elapsed time of 4 days, 6 hours, 2 minutes, and 51 seconds. What a great message to kick off their day. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston in the Artemis Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center. At a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 17 hours, 56 minutes and counting, we are continuing to provide you live coverage of the Artemis 2 mission. The crew was woken up about 30 minutes ago, and this morning's wake-up song that you may have heard is Working Class Heroes or Work by CeeLo Green, and we also had a message from Apollo 16 astronaut Charlie Duke. Towards the end of today's flight day, the spacecraft enters the lunar sphere of influence. That's during the crew's sleep. The lunar sphere of influence essentially means that the moon's gravitational pull is stronger than that of the Earth. That gets us closer and closer to flight day 6, which is when the crew will conduct the lunar flyby. Currently, Orion is 215,000 miles away from the Earth and 64,000 miles away from the moon. The Orbit 1 team has recently arrived on console, and we continue to conduct our handover activities. We'll continue to also provide you with real-time updates, but for now, this is Mission Control Houston. This is the Artemis Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center. We are coming to you live with our 24/7 continuous coverage. At a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 18 hours, 11 minutes, and counting, the crew was woken up just not too long ago. The Orbit 1 team has come on console, and we are conducting handover activities as we speak. We'll continue to follow operations here in Mission Control. I'm Nilofer Ramji, and going to be handing over now to our Orbit 1 commentator, Leah Cheshire Mustachio. She'll take you through the next few hours as we kick off Flight Day 5 of the Artemis 2 mission. And later, our Orbit 2 commentator, Anna Schneider, who will know, she'll know when the crew enters the lunar sphere of influence. So really exciting day ahead, but for now, we leave you with live views from the Orion spacecraft of our moon.
Go ahead, Reed. Good morning.
Hey, Mike, you all can access PCD-1. I did compose quite a large number of emails yesterday, so I've tried a couple different ways, including the mission summary notes to salvage those, and then I'll just hope that we have some success today. But go ahead and get on PCD-1 and let us know when we can have it back.
All right, Reed, we will put in work right now, so we're going to hop on PCD-1. It was great working with all of y'all. I'm handing over here to Jams shortly, and this is my last shift here with y'all, so it's been a great pleasure. Y'all are doing awesome, and can't wait to see y'all back stateside.
Thanks, Mike. Absolutely excellent. If you want to do one final count check, we can switch over to any OE that you want. We can do as many as you want. And then one parting word, if you could please contact Frank Rubio and have him tell my kids to start emailing the other crew members here so that I can at least talk to them. That would be a huge, huge help. Thank you.
Hey, Reed, that's a simple thing. I'll make sure it gets done. Have a good one.
Mike, integrity, comm check.
Christine, I got you loud and clear. How about me?
Yeah, buddy, we have you the same. It's been great working with you. Thank you for all the help and support.
For sure. Y'all have been amazing. I've loved every minute of it.
Good morning, good afternoon, happy Easter to all of you who celebrate, and welcome to the Artemis Mission Control Room here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are starting Flight Day 5. The astronauts just woke up at 11:05 a.m. Central Time. Currently, the teams are handing over from Orbit 1 from the Orbit 3 team to the Orbit 1 team led by Jeff Radigan here in Mission Control. It's going to be a busy day for the crew with their Ox suit demo in which they will be donning their spacesuits rapidly as if they were in an emergency. Currently, Orion is over 63,000 miles away from the moon. 215,000 miles away from our home planet Earth. We are MET, mission elapsed time, 3 days, 18 hours, and 28 minutes.
literally go to deconfigure dot camera. I'll set up the HHP.
Hey, give us a couple minutes. We're going to send a few commands to get that docking camera ready, and we'll come right back here shortly to let you know.
Sounds good, Mike.
Integrity crew, you are go to shut down the docking cam.
Good day, Jenny, and thanks.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, with a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 18 hours, and 56 minutes since the launch of Orion and our Artemis II crew. However, we are entering flight day 5. The crew woke up at 11:05 a.m. Central Time to the song Working Class Heroes by CeeLo Green. They are now in their post-sleep period. We've heard from them just a little bit, but we will do so more throughout the day. During post-sleep, the crew has an opportunity to reconfigure the cabin for their day's activities. They get to perform any hygiene activities as well as eat some breakfast. On the menu today includes vegetable quiche, granola, almonds, scrambled eggs, granola with blueberries, dried pears, and apples with spice. A reminder that we don't have refrigeration on Orion, so all of the meals that are being flown are rehydrated using the potable water dispenser. Each package of food lists how the astronauts are to fill up with water, what temperature, and for how long or what amount of water that they will need to rehydrate that food. There's also a small food warmer about the size of a briefcase and can heat food up to 155 degrees Fahrenheit.
Integrity crew, we are rolling Orion by 20 degrees to improve optical comm.
Those communications you just heard called to the crew were from Capcom Jenny Gibbons. She is a Canadian Space Agency astronaut and backup Artemis II astronaut. She'll be the voice you hear speaking with the crew from the ground today. That information was about the optical communications system, letting the crew know that they are going to maneuver the spacecraft to get better pointing for that optical communications. This OPCOM system allows the team to transmit science data, procedures, flight plans, communications, and more as a link between Orion and Mission Control. These are laser communications, so they use infrared light rather than traditional radio waves, and that allows more data to be sent.
You are welcome to come on board.
Copy, Christina. We are on board with you. Thank you.
You're looking at a live view inside the Orion spacecraft, now just 61,919 miles away from the moon, the destination of this flight and where they will arrive for the flyby tomorrow. We are now 1 day, 5 hours, and 21 minutes from the astronauts' pass behind the moon, which you're getting a great view of from this exterior camera on one of the spacecraft's solar array wings. As we get a live look inside the cabin, closest to the camera, NASA astronaut Christina Cook, and behind her, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, his first flight to space. We are entering flight day 5. The crew is still in their post-sleep period and configuring the spacecraft for the day's events. Teams on the ground are collecting information that they will relay up to the crew during their daily planning conference. That daily planning conference should start about 15 minutes from now, when the team will relay up any conversations necessary to let them know about the status of the spacecraft or the day's activities. As you heard, the teams on the ground sent commands to maneuver the spacecraft for better optical communication opportunities. The solar arrays are also in motion, moving to sun track position, allowing them to charge the batteries aboard the spacecraft. Taking a look at the events for Flight Day 5, tonight, while the crew is in their pre-sleep portion, they will enter the lunar sphere of influence. This is the point where the pull of the moon's gravity will be stronger than the pull of Earth. It'll be a full day for the crew, starting with a test of their spacesuits. You probably recall seeing them launch in those iconic orange spacesuits. These are the Orion Crew Survival System. We also refer to them as OCS. These protect the crew during launch and re-entry, but they're also designed to be used in an emergency. They can provide the crew member wearing it with a breathable atmosphere for up to 6 days if Orion were to depressurize. Of course, as this is the first flight of crew aboard Orion, this is the first time humans have worn these suits in space. So this crew is testing their ability to quickly don or put on the suits and pressurize them. They will also then install their seats and get into those seats while wearing the suits. They'll take a moment to eat and drink through a small port on the spacesuit's helmet and conduct other tests while suited. We expect to hear from the crew quite a lot during that OCS suit demo. We anticipate they'll be opening the microphone and talking down to Earth frequently. After the OCS suit demo today, the crew will enjoy their midday meal closer to 6:30 p.m. Central Time. Once midday meal is complete, the crew will then have the OTC-3 burn this evening. That's Outbound Trajectory Correction Burn 3. If you recall, we previously canceled the first 2 outbound trajectory correction burns. These are small maneuvers to help keep the spacecraft in line with their trajectory around the moon and for their splashdown back home. At this moment, teams are planning to continue with today's outbound trajectory correction burn.
Can we start using PCD-1, or are they still using it?
And Reed, you are go to use PCD-1, but we are still updating Outlook, so everything but email is go. And Reed, while I have you, I wanted to let you know that we are not receiving the video stream anymore.
Hey, Jenny, how's that?
That's super. Thank you.
A great look at life inside Orion as the crew members prepare their day. Again, we're standing by for their DPC, their daily planning conference. In about 7 or 8 minutes, they'll speak with teams on the ground to discuss the day's timeline, any vehicle status updates, or any updates from the crew. There in the bottom of your screen, Commander Reed Wiseman brushing his teeth. Immediately upon wake up and before the astronauts brush their teeth or exercise, they are asked to take a saliva collection. Saliva provides a unique window into human immune system functions in a deep space environment. So dry saliva is collected before, during, and after the mission. The crew blots it onto special paper in pocket-sized booklets.
Go ahead.
Yeah, low priority. Can you please tell me a good stow location for the 2 lens caps? I looked up lens cap in the packing plan and wasn't able to find anything. Thanks for the help. Low priority.
Copy, Christina. IVA is looking at it.
As we've seen throughout the mission, the crew will call down when they need to find something or when they need to store something. Everything aboard the spacecraft is tracked so it can be easily accessible or easily stowed and found later.
We wanted to kick off our Easter Sunday by honoring our crewmate, Jeremy Hansen. We have a long-standing tradition in the astronaut office of the traditional astronaut pin, and when you fly in space, you change from silver to gold. And so we figured today was a perfect day to honor our friend, Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen, with his flown astro pin. Wow, that sounds like it took a lot of people to make this little representation that we have in the office, this tradition, come to reality for me. So a lot of gratitude for all those people. It's a pretty special experience. Thanks for doing this, guys.
Congratulations.
Well deserved. It's an honor to fly with you, Jeremy, and to be here when you get your gold astronaut wings. We wanted to take a minute to commemorate the holiday that we have. This time of year is something that many religions and many cultures hold dear. It's a time of emotions such as joy, as well as solemnness, honoring what's going on both in our world and in our religious beliefs. Another aspect of that is our family traditions, and I know for me, if I was on the Earth right now, I would be with my family in Houston, the Monte Rosas, and we would be hiding confetti eggs in the backyard and watching two very sweet little girls go try to find them. So to commemorate that on board, we did hide a few eggs around the cabin. They were the dehydrated scrambled egg variety, but we're all pretty happy with them.
That's wonderful. We'll keep an eye out.
Yes, first I wanted to just say happy birthday to my father, Victor Glover Sr., and happy Easter to everyone down there on Earth. And with that, I will pass it off to Jeremy.
Thanks, Victor. Happy Easter, everyone. We're talking up here as a crew, and we did want to send a special Easter message on this day. And, no matter your faith or religion, for me, the teachings of Jesus were always a very simple truth of love, universal love. Love yourself and love others. And something for us being up here and looking back at all of you through one tiny window is that just resonates 100% true. And our goal as humanity should be to just follow in that example. There were many examples in the past, but that's one example of love that we can just all follow in those footsteps, and it'll serve us well.
And with that, Houston, we are eager and ready to start our exciting day of suit ops with you all. And we don't have any specific comments yet, but ready to hear what you've got for us.
Thank you, Integrity. A lot of gratitude for that message down here, and it's wonderful to see Jeremy get that pin. So thank you for sharing with us. Today is a big day. We're all tracking that down here, as I'm sure you are up there. Today, let's take our time. We will remember that slow is smooth and smooth is fast. While you are suited, we plan to have you voxed unless you request otherwise, and we will be silencing caution and warning from the ground. I have a few procedure deltas for you when you are ready. Copy, thumbs up. Today, during your suit up, we would ask that you cap the gas trap after all 4 crew members are connected to cooling. Read, there is a delta in your controlled depress to 10-2 init and term activities. Those are coming later today, so when it does come to it, you will be skipping the instruction to update the PPO2 max set point for flammability reasons. We will remind you with the instruction number when we get to those activities. Copy, thumbs up. We also expect that you will open visors 3 times today. When you do, for every one of those openings, you will use the instructions that you have in your daily summary, the first point, and that will override EPROC and vent overboard. Again, we will remind you as needed. Today, I want to give you a refresher on your bold face for loss of suit ventilation while visors are down. Today, we are running on scrubber ARS fan 1. Call me back if you want to run through that memorized response. Otherwise, I'll take your thumbs up.
We just went through a quick brief up here. We think we're good. Thank you.
Copy. We also will have a summary from our administrator's interview and comments. Those will be uplinked to you in a crew message. The goal is to have that available for you after the DFTO. Around that point, before your midday meal, we're also planning another sync. We have a couple of other items for you, but we will pass them after the DFTO. They're for the remainder of the day. Finally, you can stow the lens caps, Christina, in F1 large AGA general use brown label.
F1 brown, thank you.
Copy. That's all we have for you. We are ready to support you, and I'll take any questions or comments you have for me.
Okay, just two things on Avatar today for Huntsville. All lights except 15 and 16 were illuminated. Jenny, one question on the cap for the gas trap. You said to cap it after 4. Is that also after the 5 minutes have passed after the 4th crew member has connected?
Good words, Christina. After the 4th crew member and 5 minutes have passed since that connection.
Copy all.
And Christina, Huntsville copies the Avatar call. Thank you.
Great. Good Artemis morning, Huntsville. And Jenny, blanket statement for today. If you need adjustments to the view, please just ask real time as soon as you need them, even if it goes away. Unless we've told you that we are turning it off, we intend to be streaming with a good view for y'all.
Copy. Thanks for letting us know.
Houston integrity for docking cam.
Go ahead.
Is it okay with you if we keep the docking cam on the docking hatch window for today, at least for the morning?
Yep, that should be fine. Thanks, Christina.
After waking up at 11:05 a.m. Central Time today and entering their post-sleep period, the crew has just completed their DPC, their Daily Planning Conference. The Daily Planning Conference started with Canadian Space Agency astronaut receiving his gold astronaut pin. This is the first flight for Hansen, and therefore his pin, which is received upon graduating from astronaut candidate training, that is a silver pin that is given. When you become an astronaut and have flown into space, you receive a gold pin. In honor of the Easter holiday, the crew admitted they also hid some scrambled eggs around the cabin as prepared by the food lab here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, and offered some thoughtful words on the holiday as well as Victor Glover's father's birthday. Teams on the ground, especially Capcom Jenny Gibbons, provided some information about today's Ox suit demo and some changes to the procedures that they currently have. We confirmed that they will be opening their microphones and we will be able to hear throughout that Ox suit demo, as well as hopefully continue to receive good views inside the cabin.
Houston integrity for an undergarment reminder.
Go ahead.
Hey, James, remind us, these are our entry undergarments, but we do have an additional mag on top of the one we will wear today. Is that correct?
Affirm.
Houston Integrity, AGA readings when ready.
Ready.
Good morning, Jenny. You have a CO2 2.6, O2 20.7. Cabin pressure is 13.9 psi. Temperature 74.4.
Sounds great. Thanks, Victor.
Houston Integrity for Nat Geo 360 camera question.
Go.
Jeremy's our expert on this, and he's unavailable at the moment. We have a little red box in the lower left corner of the display with a white X in it. Any idea what that means? And that's on the 360, the GoPro Max 360.
Checking. Integrity Houston for Nat Geo 360 camera question.
Go.
Yeah, Reed, we don't have the answer yet, but we recommend trying a power cycle. I see also your SME is back in the cabin, so if he can help, we're open to his suggestions too.
All other indications are good. I think we're good. We're going to press it. It is recording, and the red light is blinking. Time is counting, and it's in time-lapse mode, so I think it is looking good.
Sounds good to us. Thank you.
Houston, integrity for GoPro Max.
Go ahead.
For your awareness, our SME did figure it out. The battery was not fully seated. It was running off of power, so it was fine, but if for future reference, that's what that symbol means.
Nice. Thanks for letting us know. Integrity Houston for snack fill for Reed. I'll take a thumbs up if you're ready to listen.
Jenny, go ahead for snack.
Hey Reed, today you're going to be completing 2 nutrition snack fills, one after another during this DFTO. We have some notes that you can also fill some hydration snacks, but those are just for crew comfort, both if you get thirsty and if Christina or Victor need a drink while they're consuming some pills from the pill tool. So we wanted to offer it up that you can fill those hydration snacks before you are in your suit. If you want to do it as a get-ahead, if you want to do it later on, that's fine with us too.
So I can do 4 hydration snacks now, and then the regular snacks during the DFTO.
Affirm, we want to make sure the nutrition snacks are during the DFTO. Otherwise, up to you.
And Jenny, can you remind me what the snack water fill time is at this cabin pressure?
checking.
This is Artemis Mission Control. The team aboard Orion continues to set up for today's Ox Suits demo. That's Orion Crew Survival System. Those orange suits that you saw the crew launch in, those are also the ones the crew will return home in. They will be donning those or putting those on today in a rapid manner as if there were a depressurization event in the cabin. You heard Capcom Jenny Gibbons letting Commander Reed Wiseman know that they would be consuming snacks and drinks during this procedure, as well as using the pill tool. When in these Ox suits,
Reed to fill a hydration snack at this cabin pressure, it's 45 seconds. Copy, thumbs up.
Again, ahead of today's Ox Suits demo, teams on the ground helping the astronauts prepare for donning those suits. And Capcom Jenny Gibbons mentioned that the crew would be taking pills. These are placebo pills, and they will be delivered through a pill stopper or a pill tool. The pill tool is inserted into a small port in the helmet. These suits are designed so that the crew could live in them for up to 6 days and live in a breathable atmosphere if the cabin were to depressurize. So during that time, if they needed to take medicine, the team has thought of everything, and they have a pill tool available for a small port on the helmet that the team could use to take medicine if needed. This is Artemis Mission Control. We are mission elapsed time 3 days, 20 hours, and 9 minutes into the flight of Artemis 2. We've just passed under 24 hours. To be exact, it's 23 hours and 14 minutes until we surpass the record set by Apollo 13 for the longest distance away from Earth. That distance was 248,655 statute miles. We'll see the crew surpass that tomorrow during their lunar flyby. Inside the cabin, the crew is preparing the spacecraft for the OX suit demo. Orion Crew Survival System Suit. That's what OX stands for. Today they will be donning their suits or getting into those suits. 2 will be doing so rapidly and 2 will be doing so at a normal pace. These suits are what the crew members wear during launch and re-entry. It's also what would protect them in the event of a depressurization in the spacecraft. They'll conduct a lot of activities while in these suits. As you can see, they're starting to pass some drink bags that they may use during that time frame. These Orion Crew Survival System suits could keep the crew member wearing it in a breathable atmosphere for up to 6 days if Orion were to depressurize. Now, this is obviously the first time that humans have ever flown aboard Orion, so the first time we've gotten the opportunity to test out these suits. So after they put on the suits, they will pressurize them, and then they will install their seats. They uninstalled their seats following arrival in their high Earth orbit. And with these suits being pressurized, that seat install would be a little more difficult. There is also a small port on the spacesuit helmet. They will practice eating and drinking through those, as well as taking placebo pills. Down on the left side of your screen, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen taking a drink of water and showing the behavior of water in a microgravity environment.
All right, Houston 4, water stacks are filled with a little bit of comedy here, and we're getting ready to settle in for the DFTO.
Houston copies.
This is a visualization of the Orion spacecraft on the Artemis 2 mission. You can see this for yourself at any time by visiting nasa.gov/trackartemis. Down in the corner, you can see we are now less than 60,000 miles away from the moon. The crew reached that 2/3 mark last night. In addition to today's Ox suit demo, we are also expecting the outbound trajectory burn 3. The first 2 outbound trajectory correction burns were deemed not necessary by the team. We are on a good trajectory thanks to the translunar injection burn. We will be executing the OTC-3 burn today. That's slated for 10:03 p.m. Central Time, and it's a 4-second burn with a delta V of 2.7 feet per second. This will use the reaction control system thrusters on the spacecraft.
Houston integrity crew comment. The D&E locker doors are much easier to get in and out of than we experienced in the mock-up, probably because of zero-G and all that. So just a comment there. In fact, when we first got up here, we were actually saying that we might just keep them on. We have elected so far this mission to not install the nets over D&E because we are in and out of there so much, and we were able to use the CTBs themselves for foot restraints.
Great data. Thank you.
The crew is stepping into their procedures to begin the Ox suit demo, the Orion Crew Survival System demonstration. The beginning of this is just cabin configuration. That means closing the hygiene bay door, removing the bungee where their stowage has been. It also means stowing or unstowing and routing umbilicals as needed.
Data point is the D1, E1, D2, E2 doors are all identically labeled, but, well, I guess they're not, but the D1s have to go, well, D1 and E1 have to go under the seats, and D2 and E2 have to go down at the bottoms, and I think we goofed that up to start.
Oof, yeah. The IVA console's telling us about that little slot that needs to be facing Nader. Sounds like you guys got it. Thanks.
another stowage note for boots. Reed took a picture, but a great way to stow the boots is behind the foot plate on seats 3 and 4 with the toes facing the seat. When you try to stow them on the clips, they do come off on their own. They just float off eventually. But stowing them behind the seat, toes facing the seat, is a great way to get them stowed efficiently and use space efficiently.
Copy all, top tip. Thanks, Christina.
Houston Integrity, we would like to request that you all read up the contingency seat settings. We think that would be how we would be doing this if needed.
Copy, we're getting them ready. All right, Integrity, I have your contingency seat settings required. Where do you want to start?
Seat 2 shoulder bolsters first, and then seat 1 shoulder bolsters.
Seat 2 and Seat 1 shoulder bolster pit pins are in slots 17 and 18 for both.
Jenny, we'll take headrest for seats 1 and 2 next. And question, we may have missed it, but what do we do with the orb mount for the left RHC?
You'll be temp stowing the orb mount. If you want a locker location, we can get one ready for you. And the headrest post position for seats 1 and 2 are both 9.
Jenny, I may be missing it, don't have a snow note location for the orb mount, so we will take one from you. Thank you.
F1 large, labeled AGA General Use Brown.
You're looking at a live view inside the Orion spacecraft named Integrity at the Artemis 2 crew as they are getting into their OX suits demo. OX stands for Orion Crew Survival System. These are the suits they wore during launch. They have orange suits right there. They'll also wear them during re-entry, and these would be the suits they would put on in the event of a depressurization in the spacecraft. Today's test is going to allow the crew members to don or put on their spacesuits. Two will do so at a nominal or normal pace. The other two will do so at a rapid pace. Currently, they're working on installing 3 of the seats. Once they have donned their suits or put on those suits, the crew will then install seat 3. They want to do that while the suits are pressurized to understand how they would do so in the event of a depressurization if the seats were not already installed. Once the suit's pressurized, it does become more difficult for the astronauts to work in the cabin because those suits will grow.
Just a little feedback on the headrest settings. It wasn't clear how to set setting 9, but we like what we're seeing here, and we think that if we were in a real situation, we would press as is. I'll get a picture of the config.
You'll hear the crew call down feedback on several of the steps they have listed. Earlier, we heard good feedback on how Commander Reed Wiseman had stowed their boots. This is all to help prepare for future missions in writing procedures for astronauts who will fly around or to the moon on future Artemis flights. Again, they will be pressurizing their suits today. Those suits will be pressurized to 4.3 psi.
Copy, Christina. We're happy for you to keep going, and thank you for the photos.
Those suits will be pressurized at 4.3 psi above a 10.2 psi cabin, so they'll be experiencing 14.5 psi in total. Once this crew is in their suits and the suits are pressurized, they will need to get seated. This is a difficult task while pressurized. It may look very simple, but it can be exhausting due to that suit being pressurized and expanded, as well as the umbilicals being connected.
Jenny, we are ready for the position to latch the leg assemblies onto the seat backs for 1 and 2.
For both seats 1 and 2, you're looking for the seat pan position. You will be putting the pit pins in position 3 and 7 for both seats.
As you can see, the crew is now installing the foot restraints for 2 of the seats. These were removed after ascent. This allows the crew more room to move about the cabin throughout the flight, but they must be reinstalled prior to entry. So with today's demo, as the crew will be getting seated while pressurized, they need to install those foot restraints.
And Jenny, we are going to leave the foot pans all the way in for now for suit on.
Copy.
Jenny will take shoulder bolster settings for C4.
Christina, for seat 4, the shoulder bolster pit pin locations are the same as the nominal, so they should be Sharpie marked for you, setting 20 and 21.
Houston, we will take headrest settings for seat 4, please.
Seat 4 headrest setting for contingency is 9, which is the same as the setting that you have nominally. And for this, just a reminder, we're looking for on the seat post, there's a little trapezoid. You want the bottom edge of that trapezoid to align with the numbers on the seat back.
And jams for seats 1 and 2, we, based on that call you just made, thank you for the landmarks, we think our seats are currently set to 11. Seat 1 and 2 seat back posts are at 11, and we launched that way. We're going to leave them that way for now.
Copy, and that is the launch setting. We are happy with that if you are.
Hey Jenny, we've deployed the post, and apologies, wasn't quite ready to, turns out, absorb all those numbers. So the bottom of the trapezoid aligns with which line?
For you, Christina, it will be a setting of 9, and you can find that just on the seat back itself. It should be right beside the post for the headrest, and it's the same as your nominal launch setting. Copy, thumbs up.
All right, we're good, thank you. ready for installing the headrest. We're looking for the right Sharpie mark. Do we understand that the lower part of the headrest mounting bracket should align with the Sharpie mark on the post?
Christina, we think that sounds right, but we might be misinterpreting your words, but we think that sounds correct.
Okay. Yeah, I think we feel comfortable with it, and you did say that both of my settings were launch settings, headrest and post, correct?
Affirm, Christina, they're the same for you.
If you're just joining us, this is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Mission elapsed time, 3 days, 20 hours, and 48 minutes. However, we are on flight day 5, and a major event for today is the Ox Suits demo. This is Orion Crew Survival System suit, and if it looks like the crew is preparing the spacecraft for re-entry, they are not, but this is a necessary step ahead of donning or putting on those Ox suits. As this is the first flight of humans on the spacecraft, we're using this entire mission as a test for all systems. That includes using these suits for survival if needed. If the spacecraft were to depressurize, the crew would be able to put on their suits and have a breathable environment for up to 6 days. This is the first test of the crew putting on these suits in the microgravity environment. They will then pressurize them and get into their seats, conducting some tests along the way.
Hey, Jenny, can you check the WAP and make sure the WAP is still connected? We just had, we crimped the Ethernet cable when we removed the seat 3 seat pan.
Checking. And Reed, we see a nominal connection to the WAP. Everything looks good. Thanks for letting us know anyway.
Acronym breakdown for you. WAP stands for Wireless Access Point. The crew is continuing to set up for the Ox suit demo. That's Orion Crew Survival System.
Houston, integrity for seat restraints.
Go.
Hey, Jenny. We have elected, if you agree, to not use the crotch belt seat restraint tethers because we see that they are floating and we think that they will be easy to retrieve without the tethers.
Copy. That looks really good to us as well. Thanks.
Inside the Orion spacecraft right now, the crew continues to step through their procedures during the Ox suit demo. This is Orion Crew Survival System. NASA astronaut Christina Cook is taking pictures of the configuration of the seats so far. Again, on this test flight, everything is being carefully documented so that it can be used in reference and for planning for future missions aboard Orion. Again, the crew will be putting on their Ox suits during this demonstration. Nominally, or on average, they would only wear these during launch and re-entry. But for this mission, we are testing out what they would need to do if there were a depressurization in the cabin. These suits would provide them a breathable environment for up to 6 days, and they also have the ability to take medicine, eat, and drink while in the suits, so all of those things will be tested out today. Now, once they put on these suits and pressurize them, they will expand a little bit, and it'll make it a little more difficult to move about the spacecraft. That's why this test is so critical to help team members write future procedures for future crews.
Hey everyone, quick note on how the harness straps are sent up. If you can see, when they were sent up, both of these were all the way flush with this, and it made it pretty hard to start the pull out to make them be adjustable. It would be great if they're just separated and maybe flown in a config like that.
Copy and noted. Thank you.
If you're just joining us, this is Artemis Mission Control, now on flight day 5 of the Artemis 2 mission. The crew and spacecraft are now over 219,900 miles away from our home planet of Earth, 57,850 miles away from the moon. The crew woke up today at 11:05 a.m. Central Time, and after their post-sleep period, quickly got to work. This is the Ox suit demo, Orion Crew Survival Systems suit, those orange iconic suits that you saw them wear during launch and that you'll see them put on ahead of splashdown. This demonstration is to test how the crew would get suited and seated if needed in the event of a cabin depressurization. This demonstration is expected to take up most of the crew's day ahead of the midday meal, with that midday meal coming around 6:30 p.m. Central Time. In the remaining half of the day, the crew members will obviously have their midday meal. They will also get into some burn monitoring operations. We are expecting the outbound trajectory correction 3 burn today at 10:03 p.m. Central Time. Outbound trajectory correction burns are small maneuvers using the reaction control system thrusters on the spacecraft. These help refine our trajectory as we are heading around the moon and coming back to Earth. The initial burn to send us on that flight path was executed on flight day 2. That's the translunar injection burn. We previously canceled OTC burns 1 and 2. The trajectory was sufficient at that time, and those were not necessary, but the team does intend to execute OTC 3 this evening.
We see that in the video. Thanks, Christina.
Okay, just to update you, Jenny, we finished all the seat config stuff. We're grabbing out the snacks now and continuing.
Copy, that sounds good, Christina. And just to let you know, we have a pretty big delay on the video, so for things you're trying to show us, we just might call them a bit late.
for timeline sync.
Go ahead.
Jams, we are nearing the time of having y'all go off board so that we can get into our suits. Just wanted to check in with you on timing or anything else you've noted that you want to share before we get into that.
Thanks for letting us know, Christina. That syncs with everything that we've been tracking. We just want to update you that we don't believe that we will do any objectives at the lower pressure, so at 3.7 PSID at your suit delta pressure. And we're also looking at adjusting the objectives during the first set as well. So we'll continue to talk about that. And in the meantime, you're go to continue.
This is Artemis Mission Control on Flight Day 5 of the Artemis 2 mission of our 4 astronauts around the moon. A major activity for today is the Ox Suit Demo. That is Orion Crew Survival System Suit. The crew wears these suits, that orange iconic color, during launch and re-entry. They would also wear them if needed during a depressurization in the spacecraft. Obviously, we are not tracking that today, but this is a great practice opportunity for this crew to learn how to put on these suits and get into their seats. Everything that we learn on this mission, it helps us.
Integrity Houston, we still have a camera view. We see nothing, but it looks like part of the side of the DU, but wanted to let you know it's still on.
Everything we learn on this mission, including the steps taken today, help us prepare for future crewed missions aboard the Orion spacecraft. Now, while we expect to have more views coming back from the spacecraft, the crew has asked that we go off board for a moment while they don their liquid cooling garment and their comfort garments that they will wear under those suits.
Integrity, that is a better view on the camera. We are a little worried about it becoming unstowed, but right now all we see is the plastic bag and the part of the Pelotor. So that's good for now, and a reminder, we'd love timing for your suit up.
On your screen in the black is Capcom Jenny Gibbons, Canadian Space Agency astronaut and backup Artemis 2 crew member. To her right, Capcom Tess Caswell. This view a visualization of the Orion spacecraft, its current orientation and distance to the moon, which is now 57,323 miles, continuing to grow closer by the minute as the spacecraft is traveling 1,554 miles per hour. You can access this at any time by visiting nasa.gov/track Artemis. A recap of who we have flying aboard the Orion spacecraft for the Artemis 2 mission. We have Commander and NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, Pilot NASA astronaut Victor Glover, Mission Specialist 1 NASA astronaut Christina Cook, and Mission Specialist 2 and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Currently, the crew members are getting into their OX suits, those Orion Crew Survival System suits. This is part of the demo during which those suits will be pressurized and also have leak checks. And if you're just joining us, this is all a test. This helps us determine how the crew would need to ingress or enter those suits quickly in case of a depressurization in the spacecraft. They'll also need to enter or put on their suits ahead of returning to Earth, as these are what they wear for launch and re-entry.
Houston Integrity, we are bringing you back on board. Let us know if you don't see it. We haven't dawned, but we think that we're okay with you all watching the full dawn from comfort garments.
Copy, Christina. That sounds great to us. Thank you. We did see you adjust the camera, but we no longer see video.
That's being worked.
Thank you.
And with that, if you agree, we will allow you all to determine suit donning, start, and complete time for the rapid and nominal.
Copy.
As you heard from NASA astronaut Christina Cook, the crew are now in their comfort garments, and they will continue putting on or donning their OX suits, Orion Crew Survival System suits.
All right, crew, we have video.
As you can see inside the Orion spacecraft, it is significantly more crowded than we've seen over the last few flight days. The crew has reinstalled some of their seats, and they will begin getting into their Orion Crew Survival System suits. 2 of them will practice this at a rapid pace, and 2 will practice at a normal pace. Again, this is all in preparation for future Artemis missions. It's all preventative in case the crews would need to don or put on these suits while in a depressurized environment. It's going to get even more crowded in this image. Once the crew puts on their suits, they will be pressurized. So they grow in volume, and the crew will need to maneuver around the cabin while still connected to umbilicals as well to get into their seats. Currently in the Orion spacecraft, you can see crew members starting to put on their OX suits. That's Orion Crew Survival System. Those are the iconic international orange suits that the crew wears during launch and reentry, and they would put on in the event of a cabin depressurization. So today is a test to understand how the crew needs to put on these suits in a cabin depressurization situation. This test helps us refine procedures for future crews that fly on Artemis missions. These suits are developed by the OX team, again, Orion Crew Survival System. They are monitoring today from the Mission Evaluation Room, also known as the MIR, at the chess console. That's Crew Habitation Equipment Support Systems. This console provides expertise on the crew systems and equipment that the astronauts are using throughout the flight. Once the crew are in their suits today, they will need to conduct suit leak checks as well as enter or ingress their seats. They'll have some additional tasks like drinking and eating while in the suit, as well as taking placebo pills through the pill tool. When these suits are pressurized, we do expect it to become more difficult. Again, once we get the crew into these suits and they are pressurized, they will also be on umbilicals. So these are adding a little more difficulty to moving inside the spacecraft and getting seated.
Integrity Houston, we're following along on video. A reminder, when you are moving about the cabin, we want the strain relief carabiner attached, so your umbilical to your suit, and we would also like Cobra buckles fastened for, at minimum, the 2 free float leak check crew members. Copy, thumbs up.
Houston, integrity com check, seat 1.
Reed, we have you loud and clear from seat 1. How me?
Loud and clear. Houston, integrity comm check from seat 2.
Seat 2, we have you loud and clear. Helmy.
I have you the same. Houston, integrity, seats 1 and 2, rapid on complete.
Copy, rapid dawn complete, seats 1 and 2. Thank you.
That call coming from Commander Reed Wiseman, NASA astronaut aboard the Artemis 2 mission, down to Capcom or capsule communicator Jenny Gibbons. The crew is conducting their OX suit demo. That is the Orion Crew Survival Systems suit. And as you previously heard, a voice check from NASA astronaut Victor Glover, the pilot on the mission. He is in his seat. Wiseman confirmed the same and that the rapid suit.
Integrity crew, low priority camera adjustment. We will take a tilt towards seat 3. That is more toward the Equus wall and the lockers if able.
Again, as part of this demonstration, 2 crew members were getting into their suits rapidly, and 2 were getting in at a regular pace. These are the suits the crew wears during a launch and re-entry, and they also could provide up to 6 days of a pressurized breathing environment if the crew needed them during a depressurization of the Orion spacecraft. We are taking advantage of this mission as a test flight to help us prepare for all future flights of astronauts aboard Orion. Mission elapsed time of Artemis 2 now 3 days, 22 hours, and 7 minutes. In addition to today's suit donning demo, The crew also is scheduled to see the outbound trajectory 3 burn. That's going to be at 10:03 p.m. Central Time. Those outbound trajectory burns are refinements of their trajectory around the moon. We did cancel the OTC 1 and 2 burns. They were deemed not necessary by the teams here on the ground following the translunar injection burn that committed us to flying around the moon and then splashing down in the Pacific Ocean. We are planning to proceed with today's OTC 3 burn, again, just to refine our trajectory ahead of lunar flyby tomorrow.
And Houston, we'd like to just get a big picture sync across the crew right now.
Absolutely, go ahead.
Let's just sync up so we know where we are. Ike and I are in seats 1 and 2. We are fully suited. We do not have umbilicals connected. And we are in suit on vehicle config step 5, and we are holding there. And then Christina and Jeremy are suiting up on a nominal suit up right now. We believe that's where they should be. Christina has not begun suiting yet, so I think we need to know from you if you could take the operational lead and start walking us through where these 2 distinct groups should be, Victor and I, and Christina and Jeremy.
Copy, Integrity crew. You are all where we expected you to be. Jeremy and Christina can continue pressing with the nominal suit on, and we will have you and Victor pick up with commanding umbilicals to perform the first leak check with 2 crew members. And remember, I have a delta for you on the visors open vent path.
We will always vent overboard today. Stand by.
Good words.
All right, Jenny, and just confirm that you want Ike and I to run 22.2.101 suit on vehicle config for the first 2 crew member leak check. We are not running this from the DFTO, and we will vent overboard.
Affirm.
Okay, thank you.
Now that Victor Glover and Reed Wiseman are suited and in their seats, they are going to step through the leak check procedures. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is a demonstration of the crew putting on their suits on the Orion spacecraft. They would need to do this on orbit if there were a depressurization of the cabin. Otherwise, they wear them during launch and entry. Everything we learned today helps us prepare for future crews to fly on Artemis. And we expect the team to be calling down questions and reports of their status as they move throughout the procedure. With Reed Wiseman and Victor Glover suited and in their seats with leak checks beginning, Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen, mission specialists for the mission, are continuing to put on their suits. Two crew members, obviously the commander and the pilot, were asked to put on their suits in a rapid fashion, while our mission specialists were instructed to put on their suits with a normal timeline. Today we are going to be pressurizing the suits to 4.3 psi, on top of the cabin being at 10.2 psi. When the suits are pressurized, they do gain a little bit of volume. You're looking at a live view of Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. This is the Orbit 1 team on console.
Houston, seats 1 and 2, leak check complete.
We see the same.
That voice, our capsule communicator for today, Jenny Gibbons, Canadian Space Agency astronaut, and Artemis 2 crew backup. To her right is Tess Caswell, fellow Capcom.
Houston, just confirm for me and Victor, the next step is to go back to step 5 and suit on vehicle config and hold for seats 3 and 4.
Affirm Reed, once Jeremy and Christina are suited, we will have them join you for the next leak check. Your procedure path is correct.
We copy, thanks.
Flight Director Jeff Radigan in red on your screen, leading the Orbit 1 team. Just heard communications from Commander Reed Wiseman aboard the Orion spacecraft, calling down that suit leak checks are complete for he and NASA astronaut Victor Glover, pilot of Artemis 2. Meanwhile, aboard the Orion spacecraft, mission specialists Jeremy Hansen and Christina Cook continue to get suited ahead of getting in their seats for their own leak checks as part of this demonstration.
Jenny, do you need something different on HHP? I think I can reach it from here and try to re-aim it.
Affirm, if you can reach it, we will take a tilt downward toward the lockers, please.
Reed, we like that view. Thank you. Integrity crew, I see Jeremy and Christina nearing the end of their suit dawn. I just want to remind you about the gas trap, which needs to be capped 5 minutes after the last crew member connects to cooling. Please let us know when that's complete.
We got you covered, Jenny. Thanks for the reminder.
Thank you, Reed.
Houston, seat 4, comm check.
Seat 4, we have you loud and clear. How me?
I have you the same.
Houston, integrity, C3, comm check.
Seat 3, welcome to the party. We have you loud and clear. How me?
Loud and clear, Jenny.
This is Artemis Mission Control with a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 22 hours, and 29 minutes into the flight of Orion. Currently, the crew members aboard the spacecraft are conducting the Ox suit demo. That's Orion Crew Survival System. As you can see, they have put on their international orange suits. These are worn during launch as well as during re-entry, and they would be worn if needed during a cabin depressurization. So this test is to help teams understand how those procedures would need to go should we ever encounter such an event on this or future missions. We've had 4 good communications checks with the crew members now in their suits. Both Reed Wiseman and Victor Glover are in their seats as well. They were part of a rapid don, or quickly putting on their spacesuits, while mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen were instructed to put on their suits at a normal pace.
right, Houston, we've been on cooling for 5 minutes, so we're going to swap the QD.
Copy, thank you.
Houston Integrity, we have all PCDs stowed, so Jenny, you got the lead.
Copy, all PCDs stowed. Once Jeremy and Christina are complete, we can ensure that their Cobra fittings are connected, and then we can move on to leak checks.
This is Artemis Mission Control. The crew aboard the Orion spacecraft, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, continue through the Ox suit demo. That's the Orion Crew Survival System suit. Those orange suits you see the crew in now. Both Commander Reed Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover have ingressed or gotten into their seats. They have also performed comm checks and suit leak checks. Mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen donned or put on their suits in a normal speed, whereas our commander and pilot were asked to do so at a rapid speed. They have also completed communications checks. The crew wears these suits during launch and return to Earth. They are not expected to wear them during the flight. However, they would be available for use during the event of a cabin depressurization. They could provide up to 6 days of a breathable environment for this crew member. So given that this is a test flight, we are taking the opportunity to test how they would get into these suits and pressurize them during that situation. As you can see, those suits are pressurized a little bit, how they've expanded. The crew is conducting leak checks aboard those suits right now.
Houston, all 4 suits. Leak check complete.
Copy. We see the same.
And Jenny, I think now you want us back in the DFTO procedure, correct?
Affirm. We have you back in the aux suit DFTO procedure. You've just performed your leak checks. The next step should be for the LCGQD, which you've already completed, and then you will get into some commanding in the suit DFTO vehicle config.
Yeah, what step in aux suit DFTO should we be in?
Step 5.7, moving into 5.8. That's instruction 52 in the aux suit DFTO.
Okay, we're in 5.7.
Copy. That's a good spot.
That's the voice of Commander Reed Wiseman speaking from the Orion spacecraft. They are conducting the aux suit DFTO. That's Orion Crew Survival System suit. We just had confirmation all 4 suit leak checks are complete.
All right, Jenny, we are in 5.8. We're going to 22.2.199, steps 1 through 12.
That's the right place to go. Thank you.
All of the numbers you hear reported by the ground team and the crew are in reference to a specific set of procedures. This helps keep...
Before we start pressurizing, I don't have any awareness of timeline and next steps. So before we go visors down and pressurize, why don't we get a quick crew sync?
Copy. Stand by 1.
Again, all the numbers you hear, the crew calling down or the ground calling up, keep everyone on the same timeline as they are referencing the same set of procedures throughout this demonstration.
And Integrity Crew, we are still talking about what objectives we are going to complete with a shortened timeline. We do want to keep the controlled depress in place because we want to get ranging data in time for OTC3. So we are talking a pared down objective timeline for you. IVA is just getting it together, so we'd like to proceed with the suit DFTO vehicle config, and I'll have words for you soon, but you can all expect a shortened timeline.
Okay, we're getting into 22.2.199.
Copy and concur. Integrity Crew, Houston, we are having some discussions here on the ground and coming up with your forward timeline. We want to make sure you're not waiting for us and you are ready to proceed with visors closed when you are ready.
Yep, Bay Firm, we're just troubleshooting one thing and then we'll be ready.
Copy, sounds great to us. Thank you.
All right, Houston, we're picking up in instruction 21 now.
We copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, with a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 22 hours. 3 days and counting up to 23 hours. The crew aboard the Orion spacecraft is currently in one of their main timelined activities for today. That's the OX suit demo. OX stands for Orion Crew Survival System. Those are the orange suits you see the crew in now. They're also the suits that they wore on launch and that you'll see again in re-entry. All 4 crew members are now in their suits and have completed suit comm check and leak checks. Next up, we will be pressurizing the suits. We are going to pressurize those to 4.3 psi. Again, this is all in support of future missions to the moon. These suits could be worn.
All right, JD, we're in the purge. How's everything looking on your end?
It's looking great. Continue.
These suits could be worn in the event of a depressurization aboard the Orion spacecraft, and today gives us the opportunity to learn how they would get into their suits while in the microgravity environment, and of course, get in their seats for a return home. Also on the timeline for today is the OTC-3 burn. We expect that around 10:03 p.m. Central Time today. This is a small burn with the reaction control system thrusters on the spacecraft, and OTC stands for Outbound Trajectory Correction. We schedule these throughout the mission in case we need to refine our path around the moon and on the way back home. We canceled the first 2 outbound trajectory correction burns, deeming them not necessary ahead of today. We are going to keep the OTC-3 burn on the timeline for this afternoon, ahead of tomorrow's lunar flyby.
Integrity crew, everything is still looking really good down here. We're loving getting this data. I plan to reconfigure you to be Vox before increasing your suit pressure. Let me know if you want to be Vox earlier so you can stop pushing buttons.
We'll continue in this mode for now until the pressure goes up.
Copy. We'll let you know when that's about to happen and when we do a reconfig of your Vox.
In Houston, our suit delta P is dropping in the purge here. Is that expected?
Checking.
Reed, this is expected. We are in the last 45 seconds of the purge where the pressure will decrease in your suits.
Okay, we're in finishing up 3.2 now, moving to step 4.
Copy, we see you there.
And Jenny, in step 4.3, performing the purge to the cabin, confirm you want this short purge, short cabin sequence?
Affirm.
Copy that. That's going in.
Integrity crew, 2 minutes left on the purge.
We're watching. Houston, we're in 4.6, checking with you prior to proceeding.
Copy, we're talking. And Integrity, we need a minute or two here to talk the forward plan. We expect to just take